Testing, testing. Alright. Testing, testing. Okay, my stream seems to work. Very well then. Hello future viewers, this is insert name here. In this run of Frostpunk, I'll be doing 5 tales. My starting communities are Lords, the Machinists, the Merchants, and the Venturers. The Machinists and Merchants align with Progress and Merit, which are two zeitgeists I'll be leading heavily on. The Lords line with Tradition, I'll be leading more heavily on Reason, but because I'll be also be using quite a few Tradition laws, the Lords will make those easier to pass. And I'll be using the Venturers because they have the, I think Progress, Merit, and Reason have the strongest synergy, and also because the Venturers are really, really strong once you get them up and running, but you need to get past their early games since they don't have the means of cheating it like other factions do. Well, at least not cheating it as strongly. So first thing we're going to do is unlock the Goods Emporium. We're going to do this. What's that? There it is. So we can build 5 of these. We're not actually going to complete all these, we're just going to build them or get the construction started. Yeah, first we have to ask everyone. It's always the first thing to start at the end. Get everyone for some money. And with that we get another point. That lets us issue loans to everyone. That we can add for those, since you only need to build them to get the points initially. Once you have the point, you can start from them. So we're going to issue loans. These loans will pay for themselves by week 25, and by week 50 we'll have twice the heat stamps we invested. So it's 400 net heat stamps over 50 weeks. And we're not going to need all of those heat stamps immediately, so we can afford to give out the loans right now. We're going to Frostbreak to this, to these prefabs, so we can get the extraction district constructed there. And we're going to Frostbreak to that, so we can get an extraction district constructed there. And we're going to Frostbreak to these materials, so we can get an extraction district constructed there. We're also going to build the council hall. We're going to build one Goods Emporium for real. I'm going to build an industrial district around it. And we're going to build 5 housing districts. The reason we're building housing districts this way in a line is to maximize how much they cover each other to or get the maximum from their heat sharing. I'm going to leave a hole there so that when we want to build a fighting hub or something later, we have a spot to do it in. sweat too much about the specific layout of the housing districts as long as you have them all have as many tiles touching each other as possible. You could also demand funds from the adventurers, but I'll leave it for now. The reason we're building the industrial district this early before anything else because we want to get the two biggest bottlenecks early on are heat stamps and prefabs, and the industrial district helps us address both. For the same reason, the first thing we're going to research is a factory. Fast forward this. Okay, with the council up, we can start passing laws. First two laws we want to pass are paid essentials and heat auction, because those laws will help provide us heat stamps, and paid essentials will also give us a bit of efficiency. Unfortunately, because at the start of the game, the only thing the merchants will want to negotiate for is infectious badge. We can't really get much for that, because we don't want to pass these laws. Well, we don't want to pass this one at all. We want to pass this a bit later, because we don't want to pass any of these immediately. We're not going to negotiate for it because it's 43, 4, 12 against the 12 hesitant. This will be extremely easy to pass. The stars would have to align for this vote to fail, so we're just gonna vote.
Hear ye, hear ye. The votes are in. The measure passes.
At the emergency council session. Surplus heat, we're going to pass heat auctions.
The eyes have it. Take heed. Attention, citizens. A new law is in effect.
Going to Frostpunk, that just so when we can expand all the way around the goods emporium. Turn overdrive on for a bit, just because when overdrive is at 0%, you have potential resource savings by using it, and you're losing out on that savings by not using it. Going to get the research institute constructed. The very first thing I'm going to research is a mechanical factory. As I mentioned, that heat stamps and prefabs are our biggest bottlenecks early on, and the factory addresses both of those. And because we don't have the forgers, we can't research the salvaging factory. Get to rush researchers because on Captain difficulty, your starting research speed is reduced from 100% to 70%, and rush researchers adds 80% research speed, so it more than doubles your research speed, so it's very important to hit that. And the only cost is trust, which is, as you'll see, a pretty fake requirement. I'll expand this.
Remember, if you need it, your local goods emporium has it.
That gives us a bit more shelter. We're still at a deficit to shelter, but that's not that important this early on. I'm going to try to get that all now, it's at 22% and we don't need it, so I'm going to turn it off. I just wanted to use it since we had it available, and now because there's some wear, having it off reduces that wear. I'm going to put the starting tile there because when we want to rearrange this district, the one tile you can't move is the starting tile, so since we want to access all these materials eventually, we're going to have a starting tile there so we can keep rearranging it. So you have a choice between seizing, when this event triggers, you have a choice between seizing assets for giving the return for favor or grant extension on the loan. This is pretty useless since early on it's pretty easy to negotiate for everything. Seizing assets, it's something you can do. It gives a bit more heat stamps early on, but that might come. But problem is causing injuries early on with a workforce, and also the lower relations could be a problem for some laws because the more a group likes you, the more likely they are to vote in favor of whatever law you're proposing. So usually with the grant extension for different issues. Relations aren't that important ultimately, but we're getting 10,000 goods that converts to quite a bit of heat stamps. But, extending the loan also gives you more heat stamps in the end, so the difference isn't that big. Now with that done, Our next choice of laws is now, while heat pipe watch is a very strong law, the problem is that it's an equality law. And because we have the merchants and the venturers, we'd be having to negotiate a lot to get that passed. Because the only thing the merchants are going to want this early is as you see, infectious badge, or they'll want us to research efficiency bonuses, which is a good law, but we can't research that right now. We're not going to be able to do that. So we have to do something else. And right now, we want to pass the desirable law, desirable goods, but it's not an option we have right now because we don't have the goods production to actually make it worth it. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass service exemptions. None of these are anything we want to pass. We want to see if there's anything we plan to do. We already checked that out. Because none of these are things we're planning for right now. We're just going to vote for this.
Hear ye, the votes are...
Now, while this isn't survivor mode, I won't be save scumming here, but I like to save often anyway, just in case there's a crash or a bug caused an issue with the game and I have to reload.
People of the city, your council has voted.
So I think I need to prioritize the fuel over the materials. I usually build this first. I don't know why I was building the extraction district over there. Because we're going to run out the fuel before we run out the materials. So I lost out on 2-3 weeks because I put that down first. It's always important to keep in mind what you're going to run out at first, because that's what you should be prioritizing. Usually we want to build a mechanical factory, and we were going to promise the machinist that will build it. That will give us relations with everyone. Although we're going to want to put off getting high relations with the venturers until ideally until the vendors come in, because when you do, that increases the e-stamps cost of everything. It also decreases the prefabs cost, but the e-stamps will be a bigger bottleneck, at least later on. And then with that research done, the very next thing we want to get is a mechanized sawmill so we can address our materials bottleneck. Factory is done, so So for this event, basically, this is a choice between whether you want fewer heat stamps or not fewer heat stamps, because there's literally no effect. Not even like a message saying, yeah, we did the right thing by giving people some money in case they couldn't find employment. So for our purposes, since we're going to be looking to demonstrate the most efficient run possible, we will not be selecting that. Switch that over to good, since we'll have enough free fabs by the time next week rolls around. Let's try over here. The reason we're not prioritizing food is because
You wouldn't steal a lamp. You wouldn't steal prosthetics. Missing your loan payment is stealing. Defaulting is a crime.
I love that announcement. Yeah, the reason we're not prioritizing food is because we have quite a bit of food to last. It'll last us until the menders come in around week 50. Like, this will run out by like week 47, but the menders come in at week 50. Then we can research the bio-waste hothouse, and we can build the bio-waste hothouse. The bio-waste hothouse is a lot more efficient than the chemical hothouse, so that's what we want. Also, because food won't be impactful until it's been gone for a while. There's no rush to get food out. There's very little benefit to getting food early on, because it's only penalizing once you run out. I turn on the ad campaign because now we have some more goods production, and that lets us do that. How many prefabs do I need for this again? The sawmill. Need 40 prefabs, none at all, so I can afford to expand the industrial district here. We wanted to expand the industrial district because it makes it more materials efficient. Now let's see, how much workforce do we have? We have 1,280 workforce. That's going to go away pretty quickly, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to get harvest and funerals passed, negotiate with the lords for it. In exchange, we're going to get family apprenticeship. We're going to promise a family apprenticeship. I also wanted to see if the machinist wanted, what do we call it? Machine-centric shifts, since that's the next thing I wanted to pass, but since they don't, we'll just vote for it like this.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
And we're going to hit the emergency council session. take no effort to pass, but all these laws are things we want to pass, just not right now. So we're just going to vote for it like that.
Hear ye, hear. Eyes have it.
See, when you expand the industrial district, there's currently a bug where it shows that it's producing goods, but it's actually producing prefabs. So if you want to put goods production back, you have to hit the prefabs and then hit the goods again. And there we go. We're back to goods surplus.
The delegate.
And with that, we're going to research machine-centric shifts. We're going to want to expand this and apparently there's a bug that stops you from expanding in one direction if there aren't enough tiles in that direction, even if you have other directions to expand. So we're going to need 3 tiles in one direction to expand this way. I want more tiles closer to the industrial district, so I want I want to expand 2 tiles towards this and 1 tile on that stack of coal. So I'm going to frost break those 2 tiles. That district up, since I plan to build the sawmill anyway. I'm going to make a promise to machinists to get it built. Also, you might be wondering what the Venture's active ability is. It's finance mercenaries, but this is the only ability, the only active that actually costs heat stamps, unless any other factions has been changed to make it require heat stamps, which to my knowledge they haven't. So we're not going to be using that until our heat stamps economy is much further ahead. Let's see, we can start expanding towards the logistics district here. If I'm thinking there's anything else I have to prioritize. We can also start frost breaking towards that logistics district. After we research that, we're going to research the blasting coal mine. Oh, there's some squalor from the factory in the sawmill, but squalor won't be a problem until much later, and by the time it is, we'll have solutions for it. I'm actually not going to build the logistics district right now because there's some things I'll prioritize. Let's see. Logistics district such that one people can cover it. The reason we researched that before the coal mine is because we want to be able to pass it as soon as that comes off cooldown. Because we have some because there's nowhere on the generator we can turn that on. For last time I tried this, I built a logistics district early, but that created problems since I didn't have the prefabs for other stuff I needed. So right now I'm going to hold off on building the logistics district. Instead, I'm going to use that manpower for another research institute. And I'm going to wait for the next population boom before building a logistics district. That should pass easily. I have the machinists research it. So the reason you want the machinists instead of the ventures to research this is because factions will always 100% support any law that matches theirs, like it's no matter what. But communities might be like 50% or 75% for it unless they research the law. A community will 100% back any law they research because if they research something, they'll put it on the agenda, and the community will always fully support something that they put on the agenda. So this law should pass easily. There's nothing else anyone passed, so I'll just have them vote for it.
The votes are in. The measure passes.
That research institute done as well.
Attention, citizens! A new law is in effect.
Expand this. Just want to start expanding towards the food there, so we can get the food once the time comes. With blasting coal mine done, the very next thing we're going to want is efficiency bonuses, so we can start working towards the towards labor oversight, and that'll also boost our production of this, so we don't need as much infrastructure to get the same result. The reason I'm not prioritizing scouting is because scouting has delayed payoff. That and the payoff is inconsistent compared to building, so I start scouting once I have free resources and already have everything I need in the city. Those things, but we should have enough shelter for when the population boom hits. Let's see, what other things do we potentially want? Prioritize that waypoint when the time comes. Ender will spawn in about 10 weeks, and we won't have enough prefabs to be able to build five their structures.
The Research Institute has concluded its latest task and is ready for its next priority.
Next thing to research, we're going to need housing insulation. Doesn't really matter which community fulfills this. Once you have efficiency bonuses passed out, move our materials production to the positive. Let's save the game just in case there's something that causes a crash. Now I lost 5 days while doing that. Let's see. I want to pass desirable goods after this, so I'll just let that pass as is.
Hear ye, hear ye. The votes are in.
Materials
The measure
up to the
passes.
Back to council session. Desirable goods. I actually want to risk this failing. Oh.
The eyes.
Sorry, let's pass that pumps our production up quite a bit.
The delegates have reached a decision. A new law takes hold. The delegates have reached a decision. A new law takes hold.
The reason I'm not building anything else right now is because I want enough prefabs for when the vendors spawn in to immediately build enough of their hubs to get their construction cost reduction bonus. There, now this bonus is a token amount, like it's really, really small, but it's the thought that counts.
The Research Institute has proposed a new idea.
I normally don't like leaving that many resources sitting, but in this case, it can't be helped. In this choice, it's a choice of which inefficiency you want. And in this case, I prefer the inefficiency of waiting a few weeks to the inefficiency of having to wait however long it takes to get the extra prefabs I need for the cost reduction. Next thing we want is waste heat conversion. This law by itself is pretty whatever, but the important thing is that it pays the way to machine attendants. And machine attendants so it turns everything online. I'll have enough I can expand this and have enough prefabs by the time the vendors spawn. Turn overdrive on for a bit.
Our researchers have developed a new idea and await their next task.
Vendors are building up. Vendors will spawn any minute now. Any minute now. The trust that is going to go once the beacon outpost is built, so it's nothing too concerning right now. There we go, the vendor spawn.
Many threads, one rope.
Many threads, one rope.
I'll show you what I mean. So I have enough prefabs to do this. That gives us construction drives. This basically reduces all our costs by 50%. Which means that this food district that would have cost 200 prefabs to build before, 40 heat stamps and 200 prefabs now cost 20 heat stamps and 100 prefabs. And with the vendor spawning in, I can now research the bio-waste hothouse. You get 50 weeks to resolve the trust crisis here, and we'll have access to the beacon outpost long before then. And because we waited, we can also get the logistics district up for half the prefabs cost. Actually, do want to get one of these herding camps up though, so we can start getting reindeer. We're going to need reindeer for the vendor scouting abilities. Somewhere it won't be in the way. I guess that's as good a spot as any where I have it right now. Commanders aren't going to like as much this run because we're going to be bleeding on progress, merit, and reason, but it is what it is. They're still growing. They'll probably hit notable, but then we can, once we get the biowaste house up, we can, we'll be able to get rid of it.
The delegate.
We need 7 votes versus 20. That's almost guaranteed to pass. So we'll vote for it as is.
Hear ye, hear ye. The votes are in. The measure passes.
I'm curious how that's calculated. It basically uses binomial distribution since each individual hesitant vote has a 50% chance to vote either for or against.
Take note. A new rule enters into force.
Be curious, there's no practical difference between having 0 food left and having no food production and having this much food production if your hunger is isn't yet severe, because when you're out of food, hunger grows at a specific rate, and that rate is determined by how much food you're missing. But while you're not whatever limit there is for hunger based on how much food you have, it'll keep growing at the same rate whether you have like half, you're producing half the food you need or none of the food you need. As seeing if they would have wanted me to build a biowaste hothouse, but yeah. With that research, we can get machine attendants. And machine attendants is really important because it'll let us build a lot more. Apex workers is a strong law, don't get me wrong, but machine attendants is what we need for our purposes since we want to build as much as possible. See, we're at 631 available workforce, and that's going to get lower as we build more. So machine attendants unlocks a lot for us. Also because machine attendants is a progress law that helps us get that helps us get more towards what the vendors need for their stuff. Hey, that's what I was supposed to do. I was wondering why I had so many resources I needed to start installing stuff. I made that warm so that I could start sending the expedition towards this area. This gives food. Since I have some attempts to throw around, and I will finance mercenaries. Requires them to be favorable and better. So, we could promote the ventures for more of them anyway to get the machine attendance law passed. We finance mercenaries. Makes even more join versus a few more cards once. You cancel the project and just restart it again because it's faster than choosing any of the options that lowers research speed. Lowering research speed also has the side effect of applying to, like, I think it applies for up to 30 weeks depending on what specific option you chose. So I want that broken so I can build it in such a way that heating hub covers the whole thing. With that and this, our food production is in the positive, so hunger will go back down. And that's why I don't touch food until after the vendors spawn, because hunger does not become a problem until you've let it sit for a long time. Squalor is horrible, but this is a really tolerable problem because the most it does is it damages districts, it increases tension, and it increases disease. But minor disease is tolerable. Tension is nothing until it gets to an extreme point, and the districts can be fixed up with prefabs whenever they get damaged. Available workforce. I think I need to get that machine attendance law passed. Probably want to get Dutiful Youth passed next. So when we try to pass machine attendants, I'm going to see if I can promise the lords to pass dutiful youth, or maybe negotiate with the managers for it if they're willing to compromise. Which they sometimes factions are willing to compromise if you're passing a law that goes against one of their zeitgeists. I don't know the exact trigger for it because it used to be that they would never be willing to negotiate, but sometimes they're willing to do so now. I think I think I should prioritize a moss filtration tower over a teaching hospital. Oh no, if I leave the moss filtration tower, I might be able to promise the mentors to research it. Or, actually, I could research it and then promise to build it. Maybe I'll do that. Growing the herd, because the more reindeer you have, the more reindeer you will be able to breed, and because we wouldn't be using the vendor scaling abilities as often as possible, we need enough reindeer to replace the ones we use. Let's get more workforce. I can build more industry, and that'll let us ramp our industry. Oops. Did I just cancel that? Oops. Okay. Oops. Did I just use all the resources I needed for it? There we go. That should do. Focus on it. Scouting team's going to have them capture wild reindeer.
The delegates have proposed a new law.
Vendors willing to compromise. Well, I was hoping they would be willing to accept the construction of the moss filtration tower, but seems that won't be the case, so we'll be negotiating with the... Wow, are you serious? That's annoying. They don't, lords don't want you dutiful youth, the mentors don't want their moss filtration tower. why all these kind of suck. I'll agree to pass infectious badge, since it'll take 0 effort to do so.
Hear ye, hear ye. The votes are in. The measure passes.
And we'll hold another emergency council session. Even though this law is guaranteed to pass, I'm going to see if their desires have changed. I think their desires only update every so often, though, so.
Hear ye, hear ye. Have it.
Let's see.
Stupid.
Washington this fast, we have a lot more workforce to play around with. Actually, if I'm going to do is Frostpunk this area around here. How long is this gonna last? This will last quite a while still, so. I'll Frostpunk that area around there so I can maximize how much our space I'll be able to, how much overlap I'll be able to have with goods emporiums. I'll research the teaching hospital next.
Stupid.
I want to build another factory, but the reason I don't want to stack them is because he's reduced the temperature by 1. So, or I could just research a salvaging factory. I could also do that. How valuable? How much do I value research time right now? Quite a bit, so. There's still quite a bit I have to research, so. Do I want to research a salvaging factory? Honestly, I think I might as well. I might as well.
Stupid.
I could demand funds from the lords. What will that let me do? And I don't demand funds from them right now. Because I don't have the thinkers that won't be relevant.
Do not feed the reindeer in herding camps. Let them tend to that.
Maybe I should research the survivalist headquarters first. Please queue in the Central District for... Efficiency somewhere. Also try to do, you know, the commander just is on his past heat pipe watch. That's Russian research. Yeah, it's open for Greenland Parenthood, but labor oversight is a good law, so I'll agree to that.
The eyes have it!
The reason I was hoping for Greenland Parenthood is there's a small workforce, which we're going to need more of, and we could also get this bumped up since we're pretty heavily into Protestant merit right now, but not much into reason.
Rule enters into force.
I'm expanding them like that, so I can put down a heating hub and get these two, and a heating hub there will hit the maximum number of tiles. That's for later, though. I'm not prioritizing heating hubs right now. I'll just build a second industrial district. Yeah, that'll give me 0 trust and start the quest once again, but if you haven't figured it out by now, trust is a completely fake stat. And all that matters is that you can occasionally bump it back up to tolerable whenever it gets low enough. And the worst possible thing that could happen is that I need to research a communication hub to fix it. Maybe I should build that district a bit differently just to just so I could fit a hub in.
Steward.
Yeah, so here we have a choice between not having goods lifestyle tampering or having it. This is the this option is pretty questionable, but because we're looking to a max efficiency run here, so I'm showcasing what the Venturers can do, we're going to implement dynamic obsolescence. That bumps up our goods demand slightly, which means our income goes up as well. Could I have built that differently? That's where.
Our scouts have...
I want to really sitting on those extra scouting teams. True salving. Materials production into the positive.
Institute has concluded.
I'm debating. I might as well research this. There's nothing else that's a huge priority right now. Well, since there's some squalor in one too. Where is it? There's no loss filtration count. There it is. Use rapid filtration to get rid of that. Since I can't do anything else with the extra 10 scouts right now, I'm going to drop these back down to Chile. Okay, so with our industry stabilized at home, we can start committing resources to scouting.
Present its late through.
Going to want we're going to have to spam more of those, more of the herding camps in order to increase Mender's, the affinity for their Zeitgeist. Let's see, labor oversight researched. We just need one of the hesitant voters to be converted. Seeing that she just wanted me to do anything else, but since they don't just vote on well, they don't want to do anything else I want.
The
So seeing if they want me to
law
build the
has
mechanical
been
factory.
approved.
So I might as well just use the emergency council session. This is gonna suck. Get enough from that. I can agree to that.
The eyes have it!
A law has passed in the council. Take heed.
Steward.
Like, I didn't have to research unproductive doom maintenance right away. I could have researched the Vanguard logistics bay first, and then researched that. That would have been more efficient. We can start frostbreaking towards that oil. The reason we're going to be prioritizing core bounty here, even though we can't actually use it, is because we will unlock materialist. Also, I'm turn that on. The stuttering is a hassle. I don't really care much for goods imported there because that means I can't use that space for another housing district, which is important since overlapping housing districts heat each other. Temperature's about to drop. I don't normally get unproductive do maintenance, but I got it there because it's a promise. I increased the heat on these districts preemptively. So now it's just a matter of seeing what else we care to increase heat on. I'll increase the heat there. We have newcomers coming in 11 weeks, so we're going to have to get moving to house them all. Expanding housing districts makes them more heat efficient because they cover more area and get more of the proximity bonuses from each other as a result. I should have expanded those much sooner. Really carefully, but it seems that this run I'm using quite a bit more prefabs than usual. Now, when taking resources from the frost, then you have to consider what your you have any other scouting priorities. So if I grab these resources, I won't be able to immediately send my scouts out. Again, I'll have to wait for the scouts to come back, which takes some time. So if I don't need the goods right now, I can leave the resources there and grab them when I actually need them. So I'm going to hold off on grabbing those because these scouts will be back any minute. Scouts are immediately back. Why can't I build the trail from... Oh. Hello, why can't I build the... Oh. I wasn't showing up before. Scouting those isn't a priority because they'll take scouting teams that we could be using to do other things instead.
Stewart.
Materialist. Shoot versus cities. Puts them on the screen for getting even more stamps than before. What could we be researching now? How long until it be out of? Yeah, we already have unproductive do maintenance as the next law to vote on. Research advanced housing installation next. Once these instances of rush researchers and the trust crisis will be over, so. And then I'll slam them again.
scouts have surveyed new areas.
Mark, we can go with that. Let's see. Easily pass. Is there anything? Anything else?
Hear ye, hear ye. The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
The delegates have reached a decision. A new law takes hold.
Stewart.
Since we're scouting dangerous locations, we're going to need to get the teaching hospital up and running. Especially since, oh yeah, and because we have a lot of sick people coming in. I want to research empowered manager, but not right now. I think I'm going to prioritize birthing program. This done, we can disassemble it. There we go. Since workforce won't be a problem, we'll ask for help with funding, because Mender's are already reducing this cost by half. I mean, it reduces the cost by 25 instead of 50, but still, it's quite a bit.
Our researchers have developed a new idea.
Is always such a problem, at least until the first wave of people comes. Okay. Okay, this is huge. Getting a couple new outposts. Now, we can start prioritizing the searches of those convoys. So I'm going to bump these up to warm just long enough to start the search and then prioritizing. Oh, I have to investigate this first, which means I need the I built the trail to the wrong place. Oops. Let's see, apocalyptic whiteout.
I started out as nothing, and look at me now!
I love that first line. How it used to be with adventures is you would use this rally to do finance mercenaries, and then because finance mercenaries gave a lot more guard squads, you'd stack that with the regular activation. Then you demand funds from everyone and use that to springboard you. Since that's no longer the case, we just increase our stamina a bit more. Still don't have enough shelter after that? Wow. That is something.
Stewart? Stewart?
Unrounded funding.
Stewart?
The members don't let you do anything without funds, so.
A new contagious disease has appeared. Do not panic. We are assessing the situation.
Now all those people coming in, our heat stamp income absolutely skyrockets because we have a lot of goods to sell them. Although, even with our goods production right now, actually that's because we're producing a lot of prefabs, but maybe we should be producing all those prefabs. You know, that is a good thing. Okay, for now I'll switch to I'll build 4 more of those for real, and a bunch of these I'm going to build just to get rid of them, just so we can get the Avengers next one. Oh wait, I need to build even more than that, so we'll get to this later. Probably after we pass Heat Pipe Watch. Or mandatory crowding, or Heat Pipe Watch, or... Let's see what this is looking like for the Ventures.
Our scouts filled in another blank spot on the map.
Let's research workplace insulation. Oh yeah, we need to pass company outposts first. So I'm just going to cancel that for now. I don't like having scouting teams sitting around. For now, it's fine.
Hear us, Steward!
Stuart, do you hear us, Stuart?
At this point, the game is pretty much over, since I can just build whatever I want to solve whatever problem there is.
From all corners.
Yeah, it's there.
Hear ye, hear ye. The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
RNG race is kind of stupid, letting you instantly resolve research. Not only that, but it refunds you the research cost of whatever you rushed. So for something like this that costs 200 heat stamps, not only do you complete it instantly, it costs you fewer heat stamps than the research itself. What do we want next? Honestly, I think we hit up an emergency council session now and try to get the heat pipe watch passed. Oh yeah, what I want to do first. Privatize it. Let's see. Biggest priority right now. It's food. About the protest. Ah, that's annoying.
The city's heading towards doom! We won't move until...
I should have left that voice line putting out. I could just
Steward!
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 get a protest with flags.
researchers.
Hear us.
In the Central District,
Privatizing this, the search for it reduces the search time by a third, since it's 50% extra efficiency when you're privatizing something, and it means you don't have to commit frost science teams to scouting it. Errors from that while eventually I'll build skyways and get to that to the coal mine there, but it's not a priority right now.
Steward.
Steward.
Much cheaper to construct since I have the Mender's construction cost reduction bonus.
a new idea.
We can start researching the Panacea factories. R&D base costs 200 piece stamps per round.
Our scouts
Per
filled
the,
in another blank spot
research
on
still
the
has
map.
left. Rounded, there's a minimum cost of 100 heat stamps though. Gamer's stuttering too much, so I'll save it and restart it. That should fix that. I think there might be a memory leak somewhere because it takes longer to do everything the longer the game's been open. Okay, booting up the game again now.
Steward.
Steward.
Alright, now where were we?
Research Institute proposed a new idea.
Steward. Steward.
First time we get the affinity of the Zeitgeist up past 80%, increase the fervor of the associated faction by 1. Yeah, if you're wondering why I said our biggest priority is food and immediately went to down that path, and reasons because Pantheon Factory produces food.
Steward.
I forgot whether I even had a law. Yeah, experimental treatment. Experimental treatment is pretty weak laws. The effect is next to nothing.
Steward. Do you hear us, Steward?
It's there just to check a box, essentially.
Steward. Hear us, Steward.
Yeah, we can improve the beacon. We have more than enough resources to do it.
Steward.
Promise the machines. Yeah, let's build the blast. Wait, why is this not being built? What the? Alright, so confusing. Actually, is there even any point in demolishing that instead of just building another one? Because the whole reason I built it was because I I promised them I'd build it. Well, that's gonna slow me down a lot.
Hear us! Steward! Steward! Do you hear us, Steward?
A new territory has been charted.
And this didn't expand. Oh my, that is so annoying. Honestly, this law is just so weak that I don't even care if it fails.
The votes are in. The measure fails.
Steward! Steward!
Completely turn the overdrive on since this is about to knock our temperature down. We have more than enough prefabs. Now I just need some more space. Build all these camps. How was I going through prefab? I mean the substantial floor is expanding all that. What are materials looking like? Oh, okay, salvage. I can get hospitality right for more shelter. I want herd outpost, just not right now. That's something I'm gonna want in like 100 weeks. Honestly, I'll just sit on the points for now. Oh wait, that was the Buddhism point I actually wanted. Oops. Honestly, fast right now, so it's not priority. Let me call on first.
Here, steward.
Steward. Steward.
I got this for now.
Here, steward. Stewart! Stewart!
Research Institute has proposed a new idea.
Try to pass up a guard enforcers and heat pipe watch. Alternative solutions for the materials, the upcoming material shortage, though. I'm holding competition there because scouting this will let us scout all let us see what these areas are. And I want to use the scout teams for something else. And this will let us see all the areas around it, so I'm going to scout that. And I'm going to scout that.
A new council session.
First, I want to see what it would take to get heat pipe watch passed. No, the Ventures aren't willing to negotiate. They're willing to negotiate there with promise them empowered management. I'm not gonna lie, all these are kind of terrible. I can promise that. So yeah, I need 10 to vote. I need 11 to vote for. This is 35. It's extremely likely to pass already. I'll hold off on that just because I can offer to the vendors later. This is extremely likely to pass.
Hear ye, hear ye. The proposed law has been approved.
Watch time.
Voted.
I didn't get Stewart's militia passed, but I'd rather not waste time.
Recess has ended. The council.
I was considered researching empowered management. quickly develop on the population, so then we'll see cash flow loss.
The research
And it doesn't really matter what I do, but figure out what the most efficient way to do this is. Drama queen.
Our scouts have charted a
just bumped all these guys from favorite mountain, which is a map on the mountain, and I see double one. I don't need it.
Do it.
It's nice to have. What did I want?
The proposed law has been approved.
Now, normally this would be a really powerful Zeitgeist to unlock this early, but because Servants regularly die, Beacon of Hope requires people to not die. Yeah. I'm not going to be unlocking any of this like this because after the latest changes, I mean, unlocking any of the cornerstones because after the latest changes, factions will now be ready to go war immediately when you connect a cornerstone. Like, he'll bring them to 4 fervor. That's a bit much to deal with.
Steward!
This is the earliest I've ever seen a Doomsayer spawn. There have been no deaths so far.
Away from children.
Steward!
Hear us, Steward?
Do about Doomsayers. That's annoying. I have never seen them spawn this early.
Steward!
Steward! Steward!
Steward!
Do you hear us?
Such a headache.
Our scouts filled in another blank.
I'm picking that up because we're running low on materials, and if I pick that up, I can delay putting down the composites factory. Reference previously, Doomsayers used to for me typically spawn sometime around week 170. So I wasn't expecting it to spawn this early, but we'll manage it. We have the everything we need to brute force them.
new territory.
We're grabbing the oil right now because when you have a max stock of every resource, doomsayers decline more, decline faster.
Steward.
Steward. Steward.
Steward.
Here we're going to the concession, right? So it'll increase the cost of privatization, but it means that when the whiteout hits, we'll be able to keep privatized locations operational. Privatizing. I should privatize this. Research the prison, because having prison active lets you start arresting doomsayers. So we're going to try to get the prison built after we get the patrol watchtowers built. Let's see.
Steward.
Our scouts have surveyed new areas.
Steward.
Steward.
we'll come back to this when this actually gives us a core.
The Research Institute.
Steward!
Clear us, Steward.
Priority.
Are you
I
listening?
can't promise anything while doing series. Or is this the event it's referring to? Protest shouldn't be it'll be started while a faction has no fervor, but this is a bug. This introduced this patch, which also means on certain, there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop protests in factions that don't have fervor.
Steward!
So we'll send a counter protest there. Suppress the doomsayers there.
Steward!
Do you hear us?
If tension goes up, you have 75 weeks to resolve it, so it's not a big issue.
Steward!
Clear us, Steward.
So I could have promised the, I could have offered the, not that that is a problem.
And will consider.
I think there's a sheet on that stuff. Inside these places.
Steward!
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 It's gonna do this for a little while.
We are calling you.
Alright, researchers, there's no way to get it past the Ventures and the Doomsayers unless like all of the other factions to agree, or the other communities. Yep, it's impossible. So researching that was a mistake. We'll get that after the Doomsday.
The votes are in. The measure fails.
Doomsayers spawning this early is really an hassle. It's so annoying.
Steward!
Steward! Steward!
Central District.
Steward,
Do you hear us, Steward?
for updated maps. Our scout.
See.
Our scouts filled in another blank spot on the map.
First 50 deaths. Now let's see. Change my headset batteries. This is such an ass.
Do it. Do you hear us?
Here.
Stuart! Stuart! Stuart!
We're not going to be enacting any of the cornerstones for this run. I need this right now. I'm sure there's an option to commend whoever punched that guy in the mouth.
A new council session is now in.
Forgot about the food for scouts. That's a huge mistake, because I could have been scouting so much more. I'm going to take those goods because having those will bump this stockpile up to 50,000, which will cause the doomsayers to disperse at a quicker rate.
Scouts have surveyed new areas.
Potential with the catastrophic rallies disperse, so. serious. Which is also the fastest one I'll keep popping up.
Steward!
Steward! Steward!
So now I'll just keep tension inflated for a while, but on the bright side that means we'll be able to pass through walls more easily.
Our scouts have surveyed new areas.
Hero, Steward!
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 Story has been charted.
Good luck with any of the sites so far. I'm so distracted I wasn't even paying attention to this. This is going to be so bad because I don't have enough shelter prepared. It's going to take 5 weeks to get the housing districts up. Oh, I didn't actually frostbite that one space there. And it won't let me place the heating up there even though nothing is there. So let's see, yeah, I can build something there, but I can't place the hub there. Okay, that is... It's stupid as fuck, but it's whatever. Working because I can't build the hub there. Like, what sense does that even make? Turns out I didn't need that much shelter.
Steward!
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 Steward! Steward!
Steward!
Steward!
So especially if I don't complete these right now, because it will reduce how much searching I'll have to do to find the Doomsayers once they
Steward, do you hear us,
give up.
Steward?
Steward!
Steward!
Okay, maybe now we can get mandatory crowding fast. There are those things you can promise, but they're...
Hear ye, hear ye. The proposed law has been approved.
Just be that merit-based housing was a better law, but because now it only gives a flat income increase, with mandatory crowding to fit as many people as possible to see income from merit-based housing on scale.
Hear us, Steward!
Steward! The rumors are true. Say it. The Central District will be...
Steward!
Please remain calm. Authorities are actively pursuing...
Calling you, Steward!
Steward! Steward!
Steward!
Gee.
Hear us, Steward!
Steward! Steward!
it's just a matter of waiting now.
Hear us, steward!
Steward! Steward! Steward!
Steward!
Even if not with raising funds, because I won't be able to pass rule laws as soon as that's done. It helps if you have favorable relations with the communities. Once I do all that, I can pass the rule laws. Once one drives off.
A new territory.
None of the sites we searched have had any of the back parts so far. But fortunately, even with the worst possible luck, this is still easily doable.
Steward! Are you listening?
Steward! Steward!
Okay, that takes care of the Doomsayers. And in my opinion, if you're going to try to kill a lot of people, then yeah, that deserves pretty severe punishment. So they can go take their difficult bullshit somewhere else. Well, that was really inconvenient because that's a whole 40 weeks earlier than I've seen the Doomsayers spawn before. So I'll have to keep in mind, I'll have to keep that in mind for next time that Doomsayers can in fact spawn that early. So now we just have to decrease the tension.
Steward!
Researching that would be too big a problem to have I mean, I'm not actually going to build it up because it's, after the changes on one example, it's pretty minor. Tension so high, feelings being favorable. This will take no effort to pass.
Hear ye, hear ye. The eyes have it. Hear ye, hear ye. The votes are in. The measure passes.
I researched the scout training law earlier, honestly.
Attention, citizens. A new law is in effect.
Oh, wait, that was not supposed to do that.
Steward,
Steward!
hear us. Steward,
Do you hear us, Steward?
I'm not going to raise funds from everyone immediately because I'm probably going to want to pass another rule law.
Please queue in the Central District for updated maps. Our scouts have charted new territory.
So not a single one of these locations has had any of the core factory parts. Well, what can you do?
Steward!
Steward!
Basically, this gives you a choice between two additional emergency shifts. One increases disease, but gives you higher efficiency boost, and another increases required workforce, gives you that efficiency boost. This is generally better if you're doing Beacon of Hope because you're going to have a lot of extra people. There's no reason to choose this because you can, if you just want to use emergency shifts, you can do that anyway. But this doesn't kill people, so. There's a major advantage the Ventures have in Five Tails because most of their power comes from building stuff rather than having places in the Frostland give them resources. So they get a lot of productivity from this bonus. Should offer maximum coverage for the but this way we can also build a hub there. Wait, where are they just in that expedition? I sent an expedition somewhere unnecessary. I'm trying to remember where. Not percent off on the cost. Big deal. we're now in a position where all we have to do is wait.
An inmate has escaped from the asylum. Be on heightened alert.
The reason I'm prioritizing searching the edge areas instead of anything over here, because I know these areas don't have core factory parts. So if there are any core factory parts in these areas over here, I want to be able to identify them. Get to sacrifice more reindeer to the scouting gods.
Our scouts have charted a new territory.
Where do people die? I'm so confused. Where did people die? I have full shelter. What? Why? Oh, it must have been during the, must have been during the search for, core factory parts. Of course, I got nothing from it. Never mind, we did get something from it. We, at least this place had some parts we could use. So I'll take that. Many times I've done this. I've had exactly two times a dozen or so by now. That it wasn't the last place I found.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
A new force. Our scouts have charted a new territory. Filled.
Sweet, it's 4th century.
Steward.
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 Honorable steward.
Researching anything. We want to be able to build this as soon as we complete the core factory. I'm not going to use R&D because I don't have any huge priorities for research right now. In order to increase tension.
You have no reason to fear the Steward's militia, unless you are an enemy of the Steward. Research Institute has concluded its latest task and is ready for its next priority.
There we go, we found the last piece. Where is it? It said intact IBC convoy found. I don't know, sometimes it says that, but it doesn't actually find something. Because, if that were the case, then we'd get that pop-up to connect the three of them. Oh, I think it's because that message pops up when you actually connect one of these, not just when you find it. When I'm going to save and reload, since the game is stuttering a lot. Rebooting the stream. In the meanwhile, I'll get some waters. I'm getting back. Too late. Let's try to shoot this.
Link. I am convinced that our city is garbage. Hello, Lion. How are you? Good evening. It's like 2 days ago. I was like 70% win rate Har City, and now I'm like 20% win rate Har City. I don't know what happened.
Bird thrashers aren't welcome.
Oh, right. It's time for Tora to eat.
It was good, Lion. Nice to see you.
Steward.
What happened to the 20?
I ran to potential to increase the fast food laws. Looks like with that doomsday stirring shit up, it's not gonna go up that much higher. Oh, that's annoying.
Hear ye, hear ye. The votes are in. The measure passes.
I want an R&D rush since I want to get the next law passed as soon as possible.
Citizen.
So you don't even think I'm gonna do this. I'm just going to use resolve promise to cancel that because actually wait. I can do this because I could just build another district to get that. To get access to the deep deposit since I relocated that district. Don't want to use hard labor because that kills a lot of people for how little value it gives you.
The votes are in. The measure passes.
I could have let that fail, but might as well get it passed. It's going to experimentation be more difficult to get past, and that frees up the I mean, I already freed up the members, but with that research,
Steward!
that means I have only one law left for. I just need to get secret police now, and then I can pass heat pipe watch. I mean, I could probably brute force it with guided voting, but if we can get it without guided voting, we might as well. And all some stuff we would want anyway. There you go. More deaths from the IC convoy. Because this is done. Yeah, this was the spot and we don't even get anything from it, so it's going to be one of these two spots, the last spots we're searching. Which means that the latest it'll take us like 15 weeks to get the core factory up and running. Unless it's some spot here at the edge of the map that I haven't scouted, which would be Unfortunate. I'm going to research that just so we can push the blacklist up.
Steward!
So that means
Is ready for its next priority.
Hear us, Steward!
Steward!
oh yeah, we need cores for that first. Oops.
Steward!
Started a new territory. Institute has...
It's not in this spot, which means it yet again is going to be in the very last spot I search, which happens to me every single time. Well, almost every single time. Way more often than not. I swear this is just rigged against me.
Delegates have proposed a new law for the Council's consideration.
The votes are in. The measure.
Steward!
Steward!
At this point in the game, I just have so many stamps that... try to do. Could need to build more kind of seeing factories, but just sleepy. I didn't even pass a food additive on. Maybe I should have. You know, all the downtime I've had. So So my scouts aren't doing anything I can.
The Research Institute has concluded its latest task and is ready for its next priority.
There we go. That's the last one. Draw two. I'll research this later on. This look for the quality level for the rest of the resources.
Our scouts filled in another blank spot on the map.
do the chorus then. Privatize that to increase its output by 50%. Let's see.
Please queue in the Central District for update.
Are you listening?
Steward, Steward.
Oh, I want to research that bit later. No. If they want me to use that in exchange for a vote, then I'll do it.
All corners of the city, the council gathered.
The eyes have it!
The delegates have reached a decision. A new law takes hold.
Mention a little more.
Hear us, Steward!
Steward, do you hear us, Steward?
Steward!
Citizens,
It's a form to look at. Potentially Smokeshire now, so maybe this will pass more easily. Could always be higher.
await their next task.
Hear ye, hear ye. The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect. A law.
More resources we could be exploiting. Now we create cores, done these will give us cores. We're not going to enact any of the cornerstones until after the whiteout, because by that time we'll be able to enact the utopias. Since you have to have all the details complete before you can enact that. Doing that lets us skip the whole faction war thing.
Please queue in the Central District for updated maps. Our scouts have charted new territory.
Express. This one doesn't even matter what I do with my scouting teams. Besides this, it'll give us 20 more guard squads. It's not coming anyway.
Stewart!
We are calling you, Stewart. Hear us, Stewart. 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 Hear us, Stewart.
Nice. It doesn't matter what I do at this point, really. The game's already over. Any problem in the game, I could just build something and it instantly answers the problem. By the time the play comes around, we'll have so much industry that it'll go away in a really small number of
researchers have...
Past Captain's authority.
The proposed law has been...
Captain.
Do you hear us,
Captain?
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 Do you hear us?
Captain.
Captain? Do
Captain?
you hear us?
Captain.
Introduction for goods demand even more. Gradually increase our snaps income. I think we're so far ahead that we can just do that.
Hear ye, hear ye. The delegates have spoken. The law takes...
Next law pass will be keep like watch.
Attention, citizens. A new law is in effect.
Captain, can you hear us?
Hear us, Captain.
Captain?
Captain?
Do you hear us, Captain?
Increasing your size means there are more people in other communities, which means more goods demand. Since
Captain?
Captain.
Captain?
You
vendors
listening?
demand
You hear us?
fewer goods. does not matter at all what I do at this point in the game because I'm getting so much income. If there's anything, any problem
Buying
getting
the
resolved, I
latest
just
trend is not only about the
business and solve
pleasure
it.
of conformity. It's also a personal statement.
Captain.
Captain!
Almighty Captain!
A new territory has been charted. Scout. A new council session is...
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
of the sea.
I didn't even have to go captain's authority. It's more to make a point here. You can do this without captain's authority. It's just a bit more of a hassle with negotiations.
Another blank spot on the map.
Captain.
Can you hear us?
Our scouts filled in another blank spot on the map. have charted a new territory.
There we go. And the rally starts.
Captain. Do you hear?
Captain, are you listening?
Our scouts filled in another blank spot on the map. Task.
Do you hear us, Captain?
Do you hear us, Captain?
Can you hear us?
Captain!
Captain.
These off for just to reduce tension, but
A new territory has
mixed tension will cause the crowd to disperse. Here's something fun you can do. When you already switching this law from company outpost to herd outpost maintains your privatized outposts and lets you then
Hear ye, hear ye.
convert
The
a bunch of these
eyes
places to
have it.
herd outposts. So we can target all these food outposts that aren't reliable enough to commit resources to, and just give them to herders.
A law has passed in the council. Take heed.
Do you hear us, Captain?
There we go. The plate is up again. Okay, so here's how simple resolving this is once you scales.
Please queue in the central district for updated maps. Our scouts have charted new territory.
I just mean like final word will help calm the people down.
Evacuate in an orderly manner.
Agriculture is the quickest way to resolve this. And then we'll go for adventures. We're not going to do this because we have no use for pharmaceutical testing laboratories, and the increase isn't that big at all. It's think it's like a 40% increase or something, but or like a 20% increase. It's something small, and you can just the same resources building another industrial district will be more impactful.
Do you? Captain. Are you
Captain?
listening?
Do you hear us, Captain?
Our scouts.
Why was this guy? I thought I put 20.
Can you hear us?
Captain!
Captain.
Captain!
Are
Captain!
you listening?
Do you hear us?
Captain!
Captain?
Do you hear us, Captain?
sharpened antler knives can cut anything that needs cutting. Our scouts have surveyed new areas. The council has convened and awaits the captain's proposal.
Captain.
Captain, can you hear us?
Hear us, Captain. Do you hear us, Captain?
Do you hear us, Captain?
Can you hear us?
Our researchers
Captain,
have developed a new idea and await their next task. kindly ask rally attendees to keep all applause to a reasonable volume.
Be able to have this done in 20 weeks.
Mighty Captain.
I don't know how people are complaining when the Adventurers are the only community that has infected right now, so.
Herd Outposts invites all interested citizens to visit to learn their way of life.
group almost came right when I got the last vaccine things immediately in. I'll extend that by like 5 weeks. Didn't have enough housing after all. Start throwing out poor bounties. It's just that easy.
All emergency measures are repealed. Enjoy life once again.
Oh, it's just that easy.
A new territory has been...
Yeah. We have a lot of injured because we use tissue culture to speed through that, which means we're going to need a lot of hospitals to take care of them. Beacon of Hope will be done once that's taken care of. Man, just a bit more. Promote to inflate goods demand even more.
A citywide promotion on alcohol bottles is in effect this week. Consult your local municipal spirits shop. Our researchers have developed a new idea and await their next task. Beacon of Hope will be done once we've
once we get the injured sick all the way down.
The Research Institute.
Wait, I can pass some food at it as well.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
Attention, citizens.
This point doesn't.
Captain,
Are you listening? Captain.
Oh, I haven't gotten that before. That's a bit of a questionable event. Because I don't want any more injured scouting type. I want to get the number of injured down. I'm going to switch to Pathfinder scouts. I could also switch to. Well, switching to Apex workers won't be me given.
If you're unsure whether foraged food additive is safe for consumption, consult your local scout office.
I guess you could have
The Research Institute has concluded its latest task and is ready for its next priority. Citizens,
Many threads.